Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. The evening descended upon Holborn Bridge with a solemnity befitting the hour, wrapping the thoroughfare in a dense, clinging fog that seemed to seep from the very stones beneath the feet of those who traversed it. The river lay below, a sluggish black ribbon, reflecting the weak glimmers of the gas lamps that lined either side, casting their light askew through the vapour-laden air. These lamps, like scattered constellations, flickered uncertainly, their gas-fed flames fighting the encroaching mist, lending to the scene an air of quiet struggle. The bridge itself, a sturdy span of iron and stone, bore the weight not only of those who crossed it, but of the many stories and secrets whispered into the fog. Cobblestones lay underfoot, slick with the moisture of the evening, and echoed the steady clop of horses' hooves and the creak of cartwheels. Above, the sky remained an impenetrable grey, the promise of stars obscured by the enveloping cloud, yet the city remained undeterred in its bustling, moving ever forward amidst the murk. Against this backdrop, the figures of late working clerks and hurried tradesmen appeared as wraiths, emerging and dissolving in the mist. The merchants, with their wares hastily packed in handcarts, jostled for position, their voices a low murmur beneath the steady hum of the city. Here and there, a carriage rattled by, the clatter of its wheels momentarily punctuating the night's quietude, only to be swallowed again by the fog and distance. A lamplighter, his form silhouetted against the dim glow of his charge, made his calculated rounds. He moved with the practised ease of one familiar with the task. His ladder set upon the cobbles with a firm clink. He ascended with a grace born of repetition, his pole extended to ignite the gas mantles that flickered into life, each a small beacon against the encroaching night. The light he coaxed forth was a modest thing, yet its presence was felt keenly in the gloom, a testament to human ingenuity against the relentless advance of darkness. Below the bridge, the river's surface shifted lazily, carrying with it the detritus of the city, a floating testament to the ceaseless industry above. Small boats bobbed in the swells, their outlines barely discernible, their occupants huddled against the chill. The air carried the scent of damp and the faint, acrid tang of coal smoke from distant chimneys, mingling with the earthy aroma of the river itself. The bridge, a conduit of commerce and connection, stood unmoved by the elements, its arches framing glimpses of a city that seemed both timeless and ever-changing. Along its length, the lamps now shone with a steady glow, their reflections dancing upon the water below, a mirage of light in the liquid darkness. There was a beauty in this confluence of elements. The fog, the light, the ceaseless flow of the river, all conspiring to render the scene at once familiar and otherworldly. As the lamplighter descended, his task complete, he paused to survey his work. The lamps, now alight, stood sentinel against the night, their warm halos punctuating the fog with pockets of clarity. the lamplighter, a shadow among shadows, moved on, his steps echoing softly as he vanished into the mist, leaving behind the steady glow of his labours. In this quiet interlude, the city seemed to hold its breath, the fog softening the edges of the world and lending to the scene a peculiar hush. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, life persisted, a tapestry of movement and sound woven into the fabric of the night. The bridge, with its lamps like steadfast sentinels, stood as both witness and participant in the unfolding drama of the city, a testament to the enduring nature of human endeavour against the ceaseless march of time. As the evening deepened, the figure of Mr. Cratchley emerged from the shadowed alcove of a narrow lane, carrying a ladder well scuffed by the ceaseless touch of innumerable knights. His form was a familiar silhouette against the gaslit haze, a man of modest stature encased in a coat that bore the marks of honest labour, its fabric worn thin at elbows, and cuffs. With a taper clutched firmly in one hand, he moved with a practised grace, every step an echo of countless others taken in the service of illuminating the city's restless heart. The lamps of Holborn Bridge awaited his ministrations, each encased within a glassy housing that trapped the night's chill and glowed with the promise of warmth. Mr. Cratchley approached the first of these with a reverence known only to those who understand the quiet dignity of their toil. He set his ladder with the precision of a craftsman, its wooden rungs creaking in a familiar protest as he ascended, his breath visible in the cold air, mingling with the smoke that curled from the lamps already alight. Here, amidst the cobblestones slick with recent rain, the city seemed to hold its breath, as if in anticipation of the momentary flicker that would herald the arrival of light. With a careful hand, Mr. Cratchley applied the taper, coaxing the wick to life with a tenderness that spoke of an affection for his task. The flame caught and spread, casting a warm glow that pushed the shadows back into the recesses of the bridge's arches, revealing the fine lines of its stonework and the occasional scuttle of a rat in search of refuge. To the casual observer, the lighting of a street lamp might seem a simple affair, a mundane act performed in rhythmic succession. Yet, for Mr. Cratchley, it was an act imbued with a deeper meaning, a ritual that connected him to the very pulse of London, a city that thrived on such small illuminations. His rounds were a testament to the continuity of the everyday, a reminder that even in the darkness, light could be found with the patience and perseverance of a solitary figure against the vast night. As he descended the ladder, the newly lit lamp behind him a beacon in the encroaching gloom, the faint clatter of distant wheels and the murmur of voices began to rise, carried on the brisk wind that swept through the thoroughfares. Mr. Cratchley, undeterred, moved to the next lamp, his ladder finding purchase in the uneven stones, the act of lighting repeated with the same measured care. Each lamp he touched seemed to whisper an agreement with his purpose, joining the others in a line of glowing guardians that mark the path of countless souls traversing the bridge. The city, in its ceaseless motion, contained all manner of people about their business, clerks hurrying home, their heads bent against the chill, vendors packing their wares with the day's final transactions concluded, and the occasional gentleman, his coat collar turned up, lost in thoughts as deep as the night itself. Mr. Cratchley observed them not with the curiosity of a stranger, but with the familiarity of one who knew their patterns and rhythms as well as his own. With each lamp that flared to life, The bridge awoke a fraction more, its features gaining clarity in the growing light. The fog, ever present in its persistent embrace, swirled around the lamps, dimming their glow, but never extinguishing it, a testament to the enduring spirit of the city and its people. Mr. Cratchley, now a silhouette against the soft luminescence, continued his rounds, his task a quiet assertion that amidst the unpredictability of life, there were constants upon which one could rely. And so, as the night wore on, the bridge stood transformed, a pathway illuminated for all who dared to traverse it, each lamp a point of reference in the vastness of the city. Mr. Cratchley, his work done for the hour, paused to gaze upon his handiwork, the satisfaction of a job well done etched upon his face. In the flickering glow, he descended once more into the shadows, his figure dissolving into the tapestry of the night, leaving behind a trail of light that would guide the wayward and the weary, a testament to the quiet resilience of human endeavour. In the deepening twilight of London, as if the very city itself surrendered to slumber, the streets began their transformation, a gentle transition from the bustling tumult of day to the hushed solemnity of night. The ceaseless clatter of horse-drawn carriages diminished, their wooden wheels and iron-shod hooves echoing faintly against the cobbled streets, as if whispering secrets to the night. Footmen, in their livery, now fewer in number, moved with an unhurried grace, their labours of the day giving way to the languorous pace of evening. Windows began to dim, as one by one. The lights within were extinguished, the yellow glow retreating behind drawn curtains and heavy drapes. The city, like a vast organism, closed its eyes, each extinguished lamp a signal of rest. Yet, in the alleys and lanes, lesser known to the gentry and unseen by the prosperous, small flames flickered still, casting long shadows that danced upon the soot-stained walls. Here, the embers of the day lingered, unspent, as the labourer and the tradesman found their way home, their faces cast in relief by the wavering light. The sound, too, of footsteps transformed, from the hurried, purposeful stride of day to the soft, tentative echoes of night. Boots and shoes, the sturdy leather worn by the industrious, now moved with a softened cadence, their destination no longer the demands of work, but the quietude of hearth and home. The echoes of these footsteps, reverberating through the narrow streets and passages, seemed to carry with them the collective sigh of the city, a gentle exhalation as the day exhaled its last breath. Above, the sky, a dome of deepening indigo, was punctuated by the occasional star, emerging shyly, as though unsure of its welcome in the presence of the street lamp's glow. The moon, a pale sentinel, rose slowly, casting its silver gaze upon the world below, as if to ensure that all was as it should be, its light mingling with the gas lamps, creating a tapestry of shadow and luminescence. This interplay of light and dark painted a scene both serene and poignant, the city a canvas of contrasts, where wealth and want, tranquillity and toil coexisted in uneasy harmony. Tradesmen, having closed their shutters and secured their wares, lingered for a moment at their doorsteps, exchanging brief words with passing acquaintances, their voices, low and familiar, mingled with the distant cry of a night watchman, his call a reminder of vigilance amidst repose, the occasional bark of a stray dog, the rustle of a rat in the gutters, and the faint clink of a distant bell from a riverboat, all contributed to the nocturnal symphony, each note a testament to the enduring life of the city, even in slumber. In the distance, over the rooftops, and beyond the spires, the River Thames flowed with a soft, persistent murmur, its waters carrying the day's detritus towards the sea. The river, a silent witness to the city's endless cycle of renewal and decay, seemed to whisper a lullaby to the sleeping metropolis, its currents a gentle reassurance of continuity amidst change. Here, too, the flicker of lamplight played upon the surface, a rippling reflection of the constellations above, as if the stars themselves were drawn to the city's allure. Thus, London settled into its nocturnal rest, a city half asleep, its heartbeat slowed to the rhythm of the night. The lamplighter's work stood proud, a beacon of human endeavour amidst the vastness of the urban sprawl. His task, though humble, became the thread that wove the fabric of the night, guiding both the dreamer and the diligent through the labyrinthine streets, a silent testament to the enduring spirit of a city that never truly sleeps. Upon reaching the far end of Holborn Bridge, where the wending Thames held its breath beneath a cloak of mist, the lamplighter paused, his gaze arrested by a singular phenomenon amidst the uniformity of extinguished lamps. There, defying the darkened rows, stood one solitary lamp, a steadfast sentinel of light, flickering with a tenacity that seemed to mock the encroaching dawn. The lamplighter, a man of routine as much as trade, could not recall having left it so, and yet there it was, burning with a stubborn vitality against the waning night. The air was thick with the scent of river and fog, mingling with the faint and acrid tang of coal smoke from distant chimneys. The cobblestones beneath his boots were slick with dew, reflecting the lamp's glow in fractured, golden shards, as if the earth itself sought to capture and reflect the light. The lamplighter, whose name was known to few and remembered by fewer, was a man of middle years and middling height, his silhouette framed against the spectral glow of the lamp, his hands, calloused from years of service, held the extinguishing pole with an ease born of long acquaintance. It was an odd sight, this lone lamp, standing like a beacon in the gathering gloom, its flame dancing with an impish glee. The lamplighter approached it with a mixture of curiosity and mild irritation, his brows drawn together in a furrow of perplexity. As he drew near, the lamp's light cast his features in sharp relief, chiselling the lines of his face into a mask of contemplation. The flame flickered as if in greeting, casting long shadows that leapt and cavorted across the stone balustrades. The morning air was chill, a reminder of the season's inexorable march towards winter, and the lamplighter's breath misted before him, vanishing like the ghosts of unspoken thoughts. He pondered the mystery of the undaunted lamp, its flame steadfast in the face of neglect. It was not uncommon for a lamp to remain lit by oversight, yet this one seemed different, as if imbued with a spirit of its own, a spirit that refused to yield to the encroaching day. In the distance, the city stirred, its myriad sounds a faint murmur on the edge of hearing, the clatter of hooves on cobbles, the distant call of a hawker, the rumble of carts as the market traders began their daily rituals. The lamplighter stood in this liminal space, caught between night and day, isolation and the awakening city, as if the lamp itself was a portal to another world, a world where the ordinary became extraordinary by the simple act of defiance. He lifted his pole, the brass snuffer poised to quench the flame, but hesitated, caught by a flicker of something akin to reverence. There was a beauty in the lamp's resilience, a poetry in its unyielding light. The lamplighter lowered his arm, the pole resting idle at his side, his decision made not by logic, but by a sense of quiet kinship with this solitary beacon. In the lamp's glow, he saw mirrored his own life, a life of small, steadfast duties performed in the shadow of a city that never paused to notice. As the first hues of dawn crept tentatively across the horizon, the lamplighter turned away, leaving the lamp to its vigil. He walked back across the bridge, each step a quiet testament to the night's work, his heart lightened by the unexpected companionship of a lamp that would not go out. The city awoke around him, its pulse quickening with the promise of a new day. Yet the lamplighter carried with him the serene knowledge that in the vast, indifferent sprawl of London, a single light, however small, could stand as a beacon against the darkness. The morning mist lingered like a gauzy veil over Holborn Bridge, its thin wisps curling around the iron railings and stone parapets, softening the hard edges of the waking city. The lamplighter stood, his shadow stretching long and lean across the cobblestones. As he turned his attention to the lamp's mechanism with the meticulous care of one accustomed to the peculiarities of such devices, the wick lay nestled within its glass chamber, charred yet resilient, a testament to its night's labour. His fingers, deft and practised, traced the contours of the lamp, feeling for any imperfection, any sign of wear that might betray its duty. The flame within flickered not as a mere servant of the oil, but as if it possessed a will of its own, steady and unwavering. It cast a warm glow upon the lamplighter's weathered face, illuminating the furrows and creases etched by years of toil and the London air, thick with soot and ambition. The oil, he noted, was nearly spent, its reserves dwindling to a mere puddle in the brass reservoir. Yet, against logic and expectation, the flame endured, burning with a quiet defiance against the encroaching daylight. Around him, the city's chorus began its familiar refrain. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones mingled with the cries of street vendors hawking their wares, their voices rising above the din in a cacophonous symphony. The lamplighter, unperturbed, continued his inspection, his movements deliberate and unhurried, his senses attuned to the subtle nuances of his craft. He knew well the delicate balance required to sustain the flame. Yet, this morning, it was as if the lamp itself had resolved to defy the ordinary, to transcend its humble station. As he worked, his thoughts drifted to the countless souls who traversed these streets, each carrying their own burdens, their own stories. He imagined the clerks with ink-stained fingers, shuffling papers in dim offices, the costermongers pushing their carts laden with fruits and vegetables, the ragged children darting between carriages, eyes sharp and calculating. In their midst, the lamp stood as a silent witness, its light a beacon in the fog-bound streets, offering a momentary respite from the gloom. The lamplighter paused, his hand resting lightly on the lamp's cool surface, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from within. It was a warmth that seemed to reach beyond the physical, a comforting presence amidst the city's perpetual motion. In that moment, beneath the sprawling expanse of leaden sky, he understood the simple yet profound truth that a single light, however small, held the power to cast away shadows, to illuminate the corners of a world too often cloaked in darkness. Across the bridge, the rising sun began its ascent, casting long beams of golden light that danced across the Thames, transforming the murky waters into a shimmering ribbon of silver and gold. The lamplighter, satisfied with his inspection, took a step back, allowing himself a moment of quiet reflection. Though the oil was spent, the flame remained, an enduring symbol of resilience and hope in a city that seldom paused to consider such things. The lamplighter gathered his tools, the familiar weight of the ladder and pole a comforting presence against his shoulder as he turned away from the lamp. He moved with the steady gait of one accustomed to the rhythm of the city, his heart bolstered by the knowledge that, for all its complexity and chaos, London too harboured moments of quiet grace. As he moved away from Holborn Bridge, the city embraced him once more, its pulse quickening with life and industry. The day stretched ahead, filled with the promise of countless lamps to inspect, each bearing its own secret, its own light. Yet, within him, there remained the serene knowledge that, in the vast, indifferent sprawl of London, a single flame could indeed stand as a beacon against the darkness. The fog lay thick upon Holborn Bridge, a grey shroud that smothered sound and blurred the edges of the world. It curled between the iron railings, crept across the cobblestones, and clung to the weary facades of the surrounding buildings. The lamps struggled against it, their light swallowed whole, leaving the street in a dim half-glow, more suggestion than illumination. The air was heavy, laden with the mingled odours of coal smoke and damp wool, as though the bridge itself breathed with the city's weary exhalation. Within this murky realm, the lamplighter paused, his task momentarily forgotten. The staff he held was a slender extension of his arm, poised yet still as he peered into the mist. His eyes, accustomed to the play of light and shadow, discerned a shape, a figure etched dimly against the fog's persistent embrace. It stood motionless, a ghostly silhouette in the halo of the nearest lamp, its presence as quiet as the night itself. The lamplighter's heart, though steady in its rhythm, quickened with a wary curiosity. Was it a common passer-by, caught in the melancholy spell of the fog, or perhaps a fellow soul, drawn by the allure of the light, seeking its small comfort in the vastness of the city? He listened, but the usual clatter of hoofbeats and the murmur of distant voices were muffled, absorbed by the fog's insidious tendrils. Only the soft drip of water from the eaves and the occasional distant cry of a street vendor punctuated the silence. Still, the figure remained, an unspoken question poised on the brink of answer. The lamplighter shifted his weight, his boots scraping softly against the stone, the sound carried away on the damp air. He felt the weight of the city's gaze upon him, the accumulated stories of its inhabitants pressing close. Yet he was alone within this moment, shared only by the silent watcher beyond the railings. The fog shifted, a languid dance of vapour, and the figure's outline grew sharper for an instant before blurring once more. The lamplighter's imagination wandered, conjuring tales of lonely spectres and hidden lives. Was it a young clerk, escaping the confines of a cramped office, seeking solace in the solitude of the bridge, or a tradesman, his day's labour done, lingering for a moment of reflection before the embrace of home? And perhaps the figure was none of these, a mere shadow cast by the interplay of light and fog, a trick of the mind in this city of ceaseless movement and constant change. Yet there was something in its stillness, an assurance of presence that defied such simple dismissal. The lamplighter felt a kinship with this unknown soul, their lives momentarily entwined in the shared silence of the night. The fog shifted again, a living thing, folding around the figure like a cloak. The lamplighter exhaled, a soft sigh that mingled with the mist, and resumed his task. The lamp above him flickered, then steadied, its flame a defiant beacon against the encroaching gloom. He moved on, leaving the figure to its vigil, whether real or imagined, a part of the bridge's story as much as the stones beneath his feet. As he walked, the night resumed its familiar patterns. The fog, though persistent, began to thin, revealing the outlines of the city beyond. The lamps, one by one, joined their light in a tenuous chain, stretching across the darkened streets like stars in a clouded sky. The lamplighter felt the weight of his duty lift, replaced by a quiet satisfaction, the knowledge that his work, though small, was part of a greater whole. At the bridge's end, he paused and looked back. The figure, if ever it was more than shadow and fancy, had disappeared, swallowed by the night. Yet the lamplighter felt its presence linger, a gentle reminder of the mysteries woven into the fabric of the city. He turned away, his steps echoing softly as he continued on, leaving the bridge to its secrets and the promise of a new day. Slowly emerging from the fog, the Thames, that great and winding artery of the city, slipped silently beneath the arches of the bridge, its waters whispering tales long forgotten by those who trod above. In the depths of night, when the world grew hushed and the city's din receded into a distant murmur, the river sang its sombre hymn. It carried secrets in its dark embrace, secrets of lost lives and bygone days, of whispered promises and unheeded warnings, borne upon the current like a choir of the forgotten. Its surface, under the dim glow of the gaslights, appeared a tapestry of shifting reflections, where the flickering lamps of Holborn Bridge danced upon the water with ghostly grace. The river's breath was cool, laced with the scent of damp stone and distant brine, a mingling of the city's toil and the sea's infinite patience. From the banks, where the shadows of buildings stretched long and languid, came the occasional creak of a barge as it nudged its way through the water, a solitary traveller upon this liquid road. In the river's song, there was a rhythm both mournful and measured, a cadence that echoed the pulse of the city itself. The Thames bore witness to the ceaseless dance of life above, where chimney pots crowned the rooftops in jagged silhouettes against the night sky, and cobblestones gleamed with the sheen of recent rain. It flowed past the dimly lit windows of counting-houses and taverns, where clerks and costermongers sought respite from their labours, their dreams mingling with the mist that clung to the river's edge. Here, in the heart of London, the river was an ancient storyteller, its voice weaving through the night air with the authority of ages. It spoke of the lamplighter's quiet passage, his solitary vigil as he brought light to the city's shadows, his footsteps a soft counterpoint to the river's eternal refrain. The lamplighter, with his pole and flame, was but a fleeting presence on the bridge, a brief flicker of life in the grand tableau of the city's history. Yet the Thames remembered all. It recalled the laughter of children who once played upon its banks, their voices now silenced by time. It remembered the cries of street hawkers and the clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the urgent shouts of watermen as they plied their trade, ferrying passengers from shore to shore beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. And it remembered, too, the secrets whispered in the dark, confidences shared by lovers in the shadows of the bridge, their echoes lingering long after the words had faded. As the night deepened, the river's song grew softer, a lullaby for the city that slumbered above. It carried with it the dreams of those who lay in quiet repose, their hopes and fears adrift upon the current, mingling with the river's own ancient yearnings. In this nocturnal symphony, the Thames was a gentle keeper of secrets, a guardian of the city's soul, cradling its mysteries in a tender, unyielding embrace. And so, the river flowed on, unperturbed by the passage of time, its waters a ceaseless reminder of the continuity of life and the inevitability of change. Beneath the lamplighter's steady gaze, the Thames whispered its tales to the night, inviting those who would listen to pause and ponder the stories woven into the very fabric of the city. With each ripple, it promised new beginnings and remembered pasts, a tapestry of existence unfurling beneath the bridge, its threads entwined with the lives of all who called London home. The lamplighter stood upon Holborn Bridge, his figure silhouetted against the waning light, his task a delicate dance with the gas lamps that lined the thoroughfare. His hands, roughened by years of labour and weather, moved with the precision of a man accustomed to routine, their movements guided by a memory as palpable as the iron railing he leaned against. The hiss of gas, the flicker of flame, the steady glow that followed, each was a familiar note in an unending symphony of work and remembrance. The night air clung to him, heavy with the scent of the Thames, a river that had borne the weight of countless stories, none more poignant than his own. As the lamplight warmed the evening mist, it cast a gentle glow upon the cobblestones, illuminating the path where once, in the tender years of his youth, he had walked with Mary. Her name, like the breath of a sigh, lingered in the recesses of his mind, a cherished relic of days long past. Mary had been the beacon in his life, her presence a constant amidst the ebb and flow of dockside labours. She had waited for him on this very bridge, her eyes bright with the anticipation of his return, a shawl drawn tightly about her shoulders against the chill of the evening. Her laughter, a melody of its own, had woven through the clatter of horse-drawn carts and the calls of street vendors, a sound that seemed a part of the city itself, as essential as the chimes of St. Paul's or the cries of the newsboys. The lamplighter paused, his gaze drawn to the river below, where the current whispered secrets in a language only the heart could decipher. He could almost see her there, waiting with a bouquet of violets in her hand, their fragrance mingling with the coal smoke that rose from chimneys and the salt air that drifted in from the docks. The image was so vivid, so achingly real that it seemed to him as though time had folded back upon itself, the present moment a mere shadow of that which had been. Yet, as the lamp flared to life under his touch, he was reminded of the inexorable passage of time, the relentless march that had carried him away from those halcyon days. The city, ever changing, bore little resemblance to the one of his youth, save for the river and its bridge, steadfast witnesses to the cycles of human toil and tenderness. The lamplighter, too, had changed, his face etched with lines that spoke of years spent in service to the night, his heart a repository of memories both bitter and sweet. The lamps now fully aglow, their warm light spreading across the bridge. The lamplighter continued his vigil, his work a tribute to the past and a beacon for those who walked in the present. Beneath his feet, the city pulsed with life, its rhythms echoing the beating of 1,000 hearts, each with its own tale of love and loss, of hopes kindled and dreams deferred. The lamplighter's task, humble in its simplicity, was yet profound in its purpose, for in lighting the way, he offered a glimmer of hope to those who navigated the labyrinthine streets below. As the last lamp flickered into being, the lamplighter lingered a moment longer, his thoughts drifting once more to Mary and the life they had shared. Her absence was a void, yet in the glow of the lamps he found solace, a connection to the past that illuminated the present. The bridge, the river, the city, all were part of a continuum, a tapestry woven from the lives of its inhabitants, their stories intertwined with the very stones upon which they trod. The lamplighter turned from the bridge, his step measured and deliberate, each footfall a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The lamps, now a chain of light in the encroaching darkness, stood as silent sentinels, their glow a testament to the enduring power of memory and love. And so, with each lamp he lit, the lamplighter kindled anew the flame of remembrance, his task a meditation on the past, a gesture of hope for the future. In the dim corridors of his mind, the lamplighter traversed a path not unlike the cobbled streets he knew so well, a path marked by recollections instead of stones. There, amidst the flickering shadows of memory, he found the sound of her laughter, as clear and bright as the peal of a distant bell on a misty morning. Her voice, soft yet resolute, returned to him then, an echo from a time when the world had seemed less burdened by the weight of shadows. "Promise me," she had said, her eyes reflecting the warm glow of the hearth. "Promise me you'll light a lamp for me each night until we meet again." It was not a request, nor a plea. It was a simple, earnest entreaty, woven with the threads of their shared days and nights, with the understanding that the dark could be held at bay by the smallest flicker of light. He had nodded, words unnecessary in the presence of such profound simplicity. The promise had taken root deep within him, entwining with his very being, a vow that was as much a part of his nightly ritual as the striking of flint or the careful trimming of a wick. Each evening, as he set about his duties, the memory of that promise guided his hands, the recollection of her smile illuminating even the gloomiest of alleys. The city, a restless leviathan of soot and stone, breathed around him, exhaling clouds of smoke that mingled with the evening mist. The gas lamps, standing tall and proud along the thoroughfare, awaited his touch. Each flare of light, each hiss of gas-catching flame was a tiny resurrection, a beacon in the murk, and a whisper of his fidelity to her memory. As he moved from lamppost to lamppost, the rhythm of his task became a steady, comforting cadence, the clink of his ladder against metal a metronome to his thoughts. In the glow of each newly lit lamp, he saw not only the street before him, but the tapestry of their past, woven from moments both grand and mundane. There they were, walking the embankments of the Thames, the river's murmur a gentle accompaniment to their conversation. There, sharing a modest meal in a bustling tavern, surrounded by the symphony of clattering dishes and the hum of human life. His route wound through the city's labyrinthine heart, past the shuffling figures of the night, clerks hurrying home, their shoulders hunched against the chill, costermongers packing away the remnants of their trade, children with faces smudged by the day's adventures, chattering as they made their way to where warmth and supper awaited. The lamplighter, in the quietude of his duty, observed them all, each a thread in the vast tapestry of London life, each a reminder of the promise that had become his silent anthem. There was a peculiar solace in the constancy of his task, a balm for the unhealed wound of absence. The illumination of each lamp was a small victory over the encroaching dark, a testament to the enduring nature of hope. The lamplighter's heart, though burdened by the weight of memories, found lightness in the knowledge that his promise, fulfilled night after night, was a bridge across the chasm of time and space. As the evening deepened into night and the city settled into its quiet slumber, the lamplighter made his way homeward, his steps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The lamps he had kindled stood guard over the streets, their glow a gentle reminder of the promise kept. Through the fog and smoke, the city sighed in its repose, the lamplighter's heart beating in time with the pulse of London itself, steadfast and unwavering. The lamplighter, that humble custodian of nocturnal illumination, paused beneath the flickering glow of a Holborn lamp. The night's breath, cool and persistent, brushed against his cheek, carrying with it the faint scent of coal smoke and damp stone. The flame within the glass enclosure danced with an unsteady fervour, casting erratic shadows upon the cobbles below. In this intimate communion with the lamplight, his world narrowed to the trembling luminescence, as if the flame possessed a voice, whispering secrets that only the night could keep. The flame fluttered, a gentle agitation within its glass confines, and for a moment, the lamplighter, weary from his rounds, fancied he could discern the shape of his name amidst the flickering patterns. The notion, absurd though it might seem to a waking mind, took root in the fertile soil of his fatigue. There, amidst the wavering light, it seemed to whisper, "Thomas, Thomas," like a spectral call from the beyond. He leaned closer, his breath mingling with the moist air, his eyes narrow slits of concentration, as if to catch the flame's elusive counsel. Around him, the city lay in its customary slumber, this silence punctuated only by the distant rumble of a carriage, the clatter of hooves upon cobblestones, and the occasional bark of a dog left to roam the streets in solitary vigil. The shops and houses, their windows dark and unseeing, stood as silent witnesses to the lamplighter's solitary vigil. Above, the sky was a vault of impenetrable grey, the stars hidden behind a shroud of cloud and soot. The lamplighter's mind, that curious vessel of memory and dreams, drifted to thoughts of his own modest abode, where a single window lamp would soon welcome him home. Yet, here, beneath the Holborn lamp, he lingered, entranced by the flame's erratic dance, for in its flicker there seemed a reflection of his own life, filled with purpose, yet subject to the whims of the elements, both within and without. The flame, in its erratic movement, mirrored the uncertainties that shadowed his every step. In the distance, a clock struck the hour, its sonorous toll a reminder of time's inexorable passage. The lamplighter, roused from his reverie, straightened his back, the weight of his task settling once more upon his shoulders. He turned his gaze from the flame to the street, where the cobbles glistened under the lamplight's muted glow. Each glimmering surface seemed to echo the flame's whispered call, the reflections myriad and shifting, as if the very stones of London conspired to speak his name. Yet there was no magic in the lamplighter's life, no mystical flame to guide his path. His was a world of practicalities, the creak of the ladder as he ascended, the metallic clink of the lamp key, the steady rhythm of his boots upon the stones. But in these moments, rendered sacred by solitude and silence, he allowed himself the indulgence of wonder, the quiet thrill of believing in something beyond the prosaic. As the flame continued its restless dance, the lamplighter reached up, adjusting the wick with deft fingers, coaxing the light to burn steady and true. The flame's whispering ceased, its voice swallowed by the unwavering glow that now illuminated the street. Satisfied, he stepped back, his task complete, and allowed himself a moment's reflection. The city, wrapped in its mantle of fog and shadow, seemed to breathe with a gentle rhythm, its heart beating in time with his own. Turning away from the lamp, the lamplighter resumed his journey, his steps measured and deliberate. The flame's voice, whether imagined or real, lingered in his mind, a reminder of the night's mysteries, the unseen forces that shaped his world. As he moved through the sleeping city, the lamps he'd kindled stood sentinel, their light a testament to his labour, his presence woven into the fabric of London itself. The fog, thick and grey as the soot-stained bricks of the city itself, hung low over Holborn Bridge, wrapping its damp tendrils around the narrow alleys and wide thoroughfares alike, blurring the lines between shadow and substance. The lamplighter, a figure of solitude among the silent sentinels he had lit, moved with the steady gait of one accustomed to the city's nocturnal rhythms. His task complete for the evening, his thoughts drifted to the flame's whispered secrets, half-believed tales woven into the fabric of night. From this haze emerged a young man, his appearance sudden and spectral, as though conjured from the very mist that enveloped him. His face was pale, yet not with the pallor of sickness, but rather with the softness of youth, shadowed beneath a hat of modest weave. His eyes, kind and searching, held a likeness to Mary, that gentle soul who had so often crossed paths with the lamplighter, leaving behind a warmth even in the coldest of nights. He stepped forward, his boots softly tapping against the cobblestones. each step a careful negotiation with the slick surface beneath. The young man's attire, though unremarkable in the greater scheme of London's hierarchy, was neat and worn with a dignity that bespoke neither wealth nor poverty, but a life lived with quiet industry. His coat, buttoned against the chill, bore the marks of travel. His hands, though gloved, showed signs of recent labour, the kind that forges character as much as coin. He paused beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, the light casting a gentle halo over his features, revealing a determination etched into his countenance. He approached the lamplighter with a hesitance that suggested both purpose and uncertainty, the two dancing partners in the theatre of life. "Pardon, sir," he began, his voice steady yet tinged with the faintest tremor of hope. "Might you know of a lady by the name of Mary? I have been in search of her, and the likeness you bear to tales told by the fireside is unmistakable." The lamplighter, accustomed to the anonymity of his trade, felt the weight of the young man's gaze, a rare moment of recognition in a city teeming with strangers. He nodded, slowly, his thoughts turning to Mary, her visage made vivid by the young man's invocation. I know her," he replied, his voice roughened by the night's chill, yet softened by the memory. "She's a friend to those who wander these streets." The young man's eyes brightened, a spark of kinship kindling within them. "She is my aunt, sir," he continued, his words now flowing with an urgency born of long anticipation. "I have journeyed far to find her, from the north, where the winds bite sharper than any city fog. My mother spoke of her often, of her kindness, and the life she carved here in London." The lamplighter nodded again, the story unfolding itself like a well-worn map, each crease and contour familiar yet newly significant. "She is not far," he said, gesturing with a practised hand towards the heart of the city, where the streets converged and diverged in a tangled web of humanity. "You'll find her at the corner of Church Lane, where the baker's shop stands." Gratitude shone in the young man's eyes, the same light that had guided him through the labyrinthine streets of London. "Thank you," he murmured, the simplicity of his words belying the depth of his relief. He turned, then hesitated, as if the weight of his journey demanded a final acknowledgment. "May fortune favour your path, as you have favoured mine." The lamplighter watched as the young man disappeared into the mist, his form swallowed by the city, yet leaving behind a trace of hope that lingered like the faintest ember in the cold night air. The lamps, their glow unwavering, stood as silent witnesses to this encounter, their light a constant in a world ever-changing, their presence a beacon for the lost and the found. On a dim and drizzly evening, when the city seemed to exhale a sigh through its labyrinthine streets, a figure emerged from the shadows, cradling a small parcel in his arms. The young man, his coat worn and patched, moved with a sense of purpose as he navigated through the bustling throng, his eyes fixed on a destination known only to himself. The air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp wool, the sounds of carriage wheels clattering over cobblestones, and vendors hawking their wares merging into a cacophony of urban life. In a quiet corner of this vast metropolis, where the murmur of the city softened to a whisper, a modest house stood, its windows aglow with the warm light of a hearth within. Here, the young man paused, his breath visible in the cold night air, before he ascended the steps and knocked gently upon the door. The sound reverberated softly, mingling with the patter of rain upon the cobblestones, until at last the door creaked open to reveal the kindly face of an elderly woman. With a nod of understanding, he stepped inside, the door closing behind him with a soft click that seemed to seal the room from the world outside. The flickering light of the fire cast dancing shadows upon the walls, and in this intimate setting, the young man produced his parcel, carefully untying the string that bound it. With reverence, he revealed a bundle of letters, yellowed with age, and tied together with a faded ribbon, their once crisp edges now softened by time. These letters, penned by a hand long since stilled, bore witness to the silent thoughts and unspoken sentiments of a woman named Mary. Each page was an artifact of her inner world, words that had never found their way to the intended recipients, yet preserved with the care one might afford to cherished memories. As the old woman took them gently into her hands, a tear glimmered in her eye, reflecting both the sorrow of loss and the solace of remembrance. The young man, with a voice hushed as if in the presence of a sacred relic, spoke of how he had discovered these letters, tucked away in a drawer, hidden from view, forgotten by time. He recounted the story of his search, a journey that had led him through the winding streets and hidden alcoves of the city, driven by a desire to piece together the fragments of a life once lived. His words were punctuated by the crackle of the fire, the glow from which cast a warmth that seemed to defy the chill of the night. As the elderly woman perused the letters, her fingers tracing the delicate script, the room was filled with a quietude that invited reflection. Here, in the intimacy of this moment, the past and present converged, each letter a testament to the enduring nature of human connection. The ink had faded, yet the sentiments remained vivid, capturing the essence of a life marked by both joy and hardship, love and longing. Outside, the rain continued its steady fall, each droplet a reminder of the passage of time, relentless and unyielding. Yet within the confines of this humble abode, time seemed to pause, allowing for the contemplation of lives intertwined by circumstance and choice. The letters, once silenced by their unsent condition, found a voice in the hands of the living, their messages resonating across the chasm of years. The young man, sensing the poignancy of the moment, took his leave with a nod of understanding, slipping quietly into the night once more. The door closed softly behind him, the sound a gentle punctuation to the evening's revelations. As he disappeared into the mist, the house remained, a beacon of warmth and memory amidst the fog, its windows aglow with light and life. The night settled with its customary solemnity upon Holborn Bridge, casting a sepulchral hush over the cobblestones and the river that flowed darkly beneath. The gas lamps, those sentinels of the evening, flickered with a soft, amber glow, their light dancing upon the waters below and casting long shadows that seemed to stretch into the very depths of time. It was here, perched upon the bridge rail, that Cratchley sat, a solitary figure against the vastness of the night, his features half obscured by the flickering glow of the nearest lamp. The air, thick with the scent of coal smoke and the distant clatter of carriage wheels, seemed to hold its breath, as if the city itself paused to listen. Cratchley, with a book clasped in his hands, appeared a scholar of the streets, the words trembling slightly as his fingers brushed the pages with care. The book, a well-thumbed volume, bore the marks of many readings, its cover frayed, its spine weathered, yet it held a certain dignity, much like the man who now attended to it. The bridge had become a haven of sorts, an island amidst the city's ceaseless flow, where the world seemed momentarily suspended. Here, beneath the gaslight's gentle illumination, Cratchley began to read aloud, his voice a low murmur that mingled with the night sounds. His words rose and fell with the cadence of the text, a symphony of syllables that seemed to echo off the ironwork of the bridge, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped the scene. The lamplight cast a warm glow upon his face, highlighting the lines etched by years of toil and contemplation. His eyes, though tired, held a spark of life, a reflection of the world contained within the pages he held. Each word, each phrase, seemed to take on a life of its own, animated by the rhythm of his reading, as if the very essence of the text were being breathed anew into the night air. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves of a nearby tree, its branches swaying like a congregation nodding in agreement with the preacher's sermon. The river, ever present, flowed with a steady murmur, its voice a counterpoint to Cratchley's recital, a reminder of the city's constant movement and change. Yet, here upon the bridge, time seemed to stand still, held in thrall by the magic of the moment. Cratchley paused, his gaze lifting momentarily from the page to take in the world around him. The city stretched out, vast and unknowable, a patchwork of light and shadow. Yet, despite its enormity, there was an intimacy to the scene, a sense of connection between the solitary reader and the surrounding night. It was as if the gaslight itself had woven a cocoon of warmth and solace, a brief respite from the cares of the day. As he resumed his reading, Cratchley's voice grew stronger, the words tumbling forth with renewed vigour. The narrative unfolded with a grace and elegance that belied the humble setting, each sentence a brushstroke in a larger canvas. The lamp, with its unwavering flame, bore silent witness to the unfolding drama, its light a constant companion in the darkness. The hours slipped by, unmarked except by the changing quality of the light and the gradual encroachment of the chill night air. Yet, even as the cold began to seep through the fabric of his coat, Cratchley remained steadfast, his attention unwavering. The book, with its tales of far-off lands and noble deeds, provided a refuge, a sanctuary of imagination amidst the realities of the world. Finally, as the night began to yield to the first hints of dawn, Cratchley closed the book with a satisfied sigh, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. He lingered a moment longer, savouring the tranquillity of the scene, before rising to his feet. The lamp flickered once more, its light casting a final glow upon the bridge before surrendering to the oncoming day. With a last, lingering glance at the river below, Cratchley turned and made his way across the bridge, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The fog, a sullen companion to the city, thickened its embrace over Holborn Bridge, rendering the familiar world into a series of dim outlines and shadowy forms. The lamps struggled against the encroaching gloom, their feeble circles of light consumed by the murk that seemed to rise from the very stones underfoot. It was a fog that did not merely obscure, it absorbed, drawing into its cold, damp folds the essence of the street until all that remained was the dull gleam of cobbles and the occasional glint from a window pane. The boy stood, silent and indistinct, at the edge of this vanishing world. His figure, once sharp against the backdrop of the bridge, became a mere suggestion, a wraith-like presence that seemed more an apparition than a flesh-and-blood being. The fog was a thief, stealing the boy's outlines and muffling the sounds of his breathing, until even his own sense of self seemed to dissolve into the clammy air. Around him, the city was transformed into a landscape of uncertainty. The great river, usually a bustling thoroughfare of commerce and chatter, flowed silently beneath the bridge, its surface hidden beneath the shroud that clung to the water like a miser to his coin. The distant cries of watermen and the faint clatter of hooves on cobblestones were reduced to muted echoes, as if the fog had conspired to draw all sound into its depths. The boy listened, attuned to the muted symphony of the city as it struggled against the fog's relentless advance. Each sound was a revelation, the soft rustle of fabric as a passerby hurried by unseen, the clink of a distant harness, the faint murmur of voices carried on the heavy air. These were the whispers of a world that persisted despite its concealment, a testament to the resilience of life amidst the gloom. Yet, within this consuming darkness, there was a curious intimacy to the boy's solitude. The fog, though isolating, seemed also to wrap him in a peculiar embrace, a cocoon of stillness that allowed his thoughts to wander freely. He was alone, yet not lonely. The fog was both his adversary and his companion, a presence that demanded patience and rewarded it with moments of quiet reflection. The lamps, those stalwart guardians of the night, flickered and fought against their impending oblivion, their glassy eyes blinking uncertainly through the haze. The gaslights cast their glow in humble submission, unable to pierce the fog's veil, but determined none the less to honour their charge. Their light, though diminished, was a beacon of constancy, a reminder that, even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there remained a spark of defiance. In this muted world, the boy's senses sharpened to compensate for the loss of sight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and coal smoke, a mingling of elements that spoke of industry and endurance. The fog, in its own way, was a mirror to the city itself, relentless, industrious, and ever-present, shaping the lives it enveloped without regard for rank or station. As he stood, the boy felt the passage of time as a slow, deliberate pulse, measured not by the tolling of bells, but by the subtle shifts in the fog's density. It swirled around him, a living thing, and he could almost sense the city's breath within its folds, a deep, somnolent rhythm that echoed the beating of his own heart, even as the fog thickened, consuming all but the smallest circle of a light around him. The boy remained still, listening to the city breathe. The world beyond the bridge might have vanished into shadow, but here, in this intimate sphere, he was not lost. He was part of something greater, a witness to the enduring spirit of London as it slumbered beneath its mantle of fog. The night crept onward, the fog a steadfast companion, and the boy, growing ever more indistinct, let his thoughts drift like the mist that enveloped him. In this quiet communion with the city, he found a curious peace, a stillness that was both profound and fleeting. The lamps along Holborn Bridge flickered with a steady, unyielding glow, casting their pale light upon the cobblestones, slick with the persistent drizzle that had not yet tired of its vigil, each lamp a stalwart sentinel against the encroaching darkness, held its post with an air of solemn duty, the gaslight flickering in spite of the damp that sought to subdue it. The night was heavy with mist, a silent fog that curled around the city like an old, familiar shawl, softening the harsh outlines of brick and stone, blurring the edges of the world until it seemed less a city and more a dream. Cratchley, the lamplighter, paused in his rounds, his gaze drawn to the apparition of letters he had seen moments before. He rubbed his eyes with the back of a weathered hand, as if to clear away the phantoms of fatigue that played upon his vision. Yet, when he looked again, the letters had vanished as silently as they had appeared, leaving only the cold, implacable surface of the stone wall, damp with the night's breath. There was no trace of the boy who had stood there, his presence now a mere echo in the alleyways of Cratchley's mind. The flame flickered, a small, persistent beacon in the gloom, its light a reminder of the city's heartbeat, steady and unfaltering. Cratchley felt a peculiar sense of loss, as if a connection, however tenuous, had been severed. The boy, with his air of otherworldliness, had seemed a part of the city itself, as integral to its fabric as the very stones of the bridge. Now, with his disappearance, there was a void, a silence that pressed against the edges of perception. The night air was cool, laden with the scent of coal smoke and damp earth. It wrapped around Cratchley like a cloak, heavy and insistent. The lamplighter resumed his walk, his footsteps echoing softly against the cobbles. He moved with the careful, measured gait of a man accustomed to the rhythms of the city, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, any flicker of life amidst the stillness. Yet Holborn Bridge remained undisturbed, the usual hustle of day having given way to the quietude of night. The shop fronts stood dark, their wares hidden behind drawn curtains and shuttered windows. A solitary cat, sleek and shadowy, slinked across the street, its eyes gleaming like lanterns in the fog. It paused for a moment, regarding Cratchley with a gaze that seemed to hold secrets untold, before slipping away into the night. The lamplighter's thoughts wandered, tracing familiar paths through the labyrinth of his memories. He recalled the boy's face, the light of the lantern casting curious shadows across his features, lending him an air of mystery. There had been a fleeting kinship in their shared silence, a moment of understanding that transcended words. Now, with the boy gone, that moment lingered like a half-remembered dream, elusive and enigmatic. The fog, unyielding in its embrace, clung to Cratchley as he made his way across the bridge, his silhouette merging with the shadows, becoming one with the night. The city, vast and indifferent, carried on beneath its shroud of mist, its life pulsing beneath the surface, hidden yet undeniably present. Cratchley, a small part of this great, intricate machine, felt the weight of its history, its stories etched into every stone, every breath of wind. The flame at his side burned with a quiet determination, its light a beacon in the darkness, a guide for those who might wander through the city's maze. As Cratchley continued his rounds, the fog swirled around him, a constant companion, whispering secrets of forgotten times, of lives lived and lost in the shadows of London. And so, the lamplighter moved onwards, his path illuminated by the steady glow of the gas lamps, his heart beating in time with the city's eternal pulse. The letters, the boy, the night, all these became part of the city's endless tale, woven into the fabric of its being as intangible and enduring as the mist that cloaked its streets. In the dim hours that precede dawn, the lamplighter continued his solitary vigil, the rhythm of his steps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The air, heavy with the promise of rain, bore the scent of damp earth and coal smoke, a familiar perfume to those who roam the city before the sun's ascent. Each lamp he extinguished left a small pocket of darkness in its wake, a gradual retreat of light that mirrored the slow unwinding of night itself. These lamps, cast-iron sentinels along the thoroughfares, stood like mute witnesses to the city's nocturnal secrets, their glass faces dulled but resolute. His task was methodical, each action precise and deliberate. The pole he wielded, an extension of his arm, rose and fell with a practised grace, snuffing the flames that had kept watch through the night. The gas hissed softly in protest, a fleeting sound swallowed by the vastness of the quiet street. Here and there, a stray dog shuffled, its silhouette a fleeting shadow slipping into an alleyway, seeking refuge in the dark corners of the waking city. The lamplighter moved through this world as if in a dream, his thoughts drifting as weightless as the mist that clung to his coat. There was a tranquillity in the routine, a solace in the familiar pattern of his work. Yet, beneath this calm, a thread of uncertainty wove its way through his consciousness. The events of the night, the unexpected encounter, the boy with his letters, lingered at the edge of his mind, refusing to be dismissed as mere figments of his imagination. It was as if the city itself had whispered a secret to him, one that he could not yet comprehend. As he proceeded, the city began to stir. The first light of the day, still timid and tentative, crept along the horizon, painting the sky in hues of grey and lavender. In this hour, the streets belonged to the tradesmen and labourers, their presence announced by the creaking of cartwheels and the distant clatter of hooves. A milkman, with his cart fresh from the dairy, made his rounds, the clinking of bottles a gentle percussion to the unfolding morning. He nodded to the lamplighter, a silent acknowledgment between men who shared the early hours of London. The lamplighter paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the flickering remnants of night. The city, vast and complex, seemed to breathe around him, its heartbeat steady and unyielding. Each building, with its soot-streaked facade and narrow windows, held stories of lives lived within, stories that would remain untold in the stillness of the morning. The lamplighter was but one of many, a solitary figure among the throng, yet his presence was woven into the city's tapestry, as essential as the bricks and stones that built it. He resumed his journey, the pole steady in his grasp, his footsteps measured and sure. Overhead, the clouds began to part, revealing a pale sliver of sky, a promise of the day to come. With the last lamp extinguished, he turned his steps homeward, his work complete for another night. The street, now shrouded in the soft light of dawn, bore little resemblance to the shadowed lane he had traversed in the dark. It was as if the city had shed its nocturnal guise, revealing a new face for the world to behold. In the quiet of the early morning, the lamplighter felt a sense of peace, a momentary release from the uncertainties that had plagued him. The world was vast and full of mysteries, yet in that moment it was enough to simply be a part of it, to walk its streets and breathe its air. The city, with its endless labyrinth of alleys and avenues, would always hold secrets beyond his ken, but for now, the dawn was his companion, and the promise of a new day lay before him. The night had settled with a peculiar heaviness over Holborn Bridge, as if the city itself were exhaling a long-held breath. The damp air clung to the cobbles, and the mist, ever an attendant in this part of London, wove itself around the gas lamps, which stood like sentinels against the encroaching dark. The lamplighter, a solitary figure in this nocturnal tableau, moved with a practised rhythm, his pole tapping lightly against each post before the flames leapt forth to greet the night. He had long since learned the art of his trade, an art that combined the precision of a craftsman with the intuition of a poet. Each lamp was a verse in the grand narrative of the city, a small beacon in the vast and shadowed chapter of the urban landscape. His hands, roughened by years of toil, moved almost unconsciously, raising the flame to the wick, coaxing it alive, and then moving on to the next. Tonight, there was a certain weight upon his shoulders, not merely the physical burden of his task, but something deeper, something akin to a memory that refused to be forgotten. As he approached the final post, an unlit lamp stood before him, the glass dull and unreflective in the fog-laden air. This particular lamp, different from its companions, held a significance known only to him. The lamplighter paused, his breath mingling with the chill of the night, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath with him. He touched the lamp gently, his fingers tracing the contours of the metalwork, familiar yet foreign, like the face of an old friend seen after many years. The decision to leave it dark came upon him as naturally as the coming of the night itself. In that unlit space, he found a certain solace, a silent tribute to the past that lingered just beyond the reach of the city's relentless progress. The darkness here was not an absence, but a presence, a reminder of time and memory, of things left unsaid and undone. There was a melody in this silence, a harmony that spoke to the lamplighter's heart, echoing with the footsteps of those who had walked these streets long before him. The street, in its nocturnal guise, seemed to stretch out infinitely, the cobblestones glistening with the sheen of recent rain, reflecting the distant glow of other lamps, other lives. Yet in this moment, the lamplighter felt a profound connection to the city, as if he were part of a grander design, an unseen tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. His task complete, the lamplighter turned his gaze upwards, where the stars peered down through the thinning mist, their light unwavering and eternal. There was a comfort in their constancy, a reminder that while the city might change, the heavens remained steadfast, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of human endeavour. He lingered a moment longer, allowing the quiet to seep into his bones, before he gathered his pole and began his journey back through the sleeping city. The familiar weight of his tools was a reassurance, a tether to the world he knew, even as he left behind that single, unlit lamp, a token of memory, a beacon of the past. As he walked, the distant chimes of St. Paul's drifted through the air, marking the hour with a solemn grace, and the city seemed to stir in response. A gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional flutter of wings in the eaves. The lamplighter moved within this symphony of sound, his footfalls measured and deliberate, each step a counterpoint to the rhythm of the city. The night was his, just as the dawn would belong to others, and in that brief space between the hours, he found a peace that was his alone. Holborn Bridge, with its arches and shadows, its whispers of history and fragments of dreams, cradled his thoughts as he made his way home, leaving behind the flickering glow of the lamps he had tended, each a sentinel in the vast, embracing darkness. Beneath the soot-stained arches of Holborn Bridge, the Thames flowed with a languid persistence, its surface a mirror to the world above. The water, dark and inscrutable, carried the reflections of lamps, their light a steadfast presence against the encroaching night. Here, the river spoke in ripples and glimmers, a silent dialogue between the elements of city and nature, seen yet unspoken by those who passed over its span. The bridge stood, a sentinel of stone and iron, where the lamps burned with a steady flame, casting their glow upon the cobbles and the mist that rose from the water's edge. Each lamp held its vigil, one burning bright and resolute, the other dim and still, a dichotomy of presence and absence. The river, in its reflective surface, held these images close, crafting a parable of light and shadow, unvoiced yet palpable. As the evening deepened, the air grew thick with the scent of the river, a blend of damp earth and the effluence of countless lives converging upon its banks. The murmur of water against stone was a constant, an eternal accompaniment to the rhythm of the city. Above, the sky was a tapestry of smoke and cloud, veiling the stars that dared to peek through the haze, their light faint and distant, like whispers carried on the breeze. Along the bridge, the figures of London moved with purpose and haste, clerks and costermongers, their day's labour etched into the lines of their faces, their footsteps a drumbeat upon the stones. Among them, the lamplighter walked with a measured step, his task complete, yet his heart still tethered to the lamps he had left behind. In the flicker of gaslight, each passer-by was rendered both real and ethereal, caught between the solidity of their existence and the ephemeral quality of their reflections in the water below. The river, in its wisdom, held these reflections without judgment, a silent witness to the interplay of light and dark, toil and rest that marked the city's pulse. It mirrored the lamps, their varied brightness a testament to their condition, their service. The burning lamp, its flame unwavering, seemed a beacon of hope, while the unlit, a reminder of stillness, of potential yet unmet. In this tableau, the river's reflection spoke of constancy and change, of the unending cycles that governed both the natural world and the lives tethered to its surface. The lamps, in their duality, offered a meditation on the nature of light itself, on the illumination that guides and the shadows that conceal, each necessary in its turn. The lamplighter, now beyond the bridge, felt the weight of this reflection upon him, though he could not articulate its meaning. His hands, calloused and marked by his trade, had set the lamps alight, yet it was his heart that bore the imprint of their glow. In the river's depths he found his own reflection, not in the water's surface, but in the quiet understanding that came with the steady gaze of the lamps, their flames a testament to endurance. Thus the river flowed, its current a gentle tug upon the soul, urging onward those who paused to ponder its depths. It held the reflections of lamps and men alike, a mirror to the world above, unchanging yet ever in motion. Beneath Holborn Bridge, the Thames continued its course, carrying with it the stories of those who walked its banks, their lives woven into the fabric of the city's night. And so, as the lamps flickered and the river whispered, the world turned on, each element playing its part in the grand symphony of life. The river's reflection remained, a constant presence in the shadowed heart of London, a parable left unspoken, yet deeply understood in the quiet moments between dusk and dawn. The hour was early, and Holborn Bridge lay beneath a filigree of morning fog, as if the night had woven a delicate shawl to drape over the city while it slumbered. The lamps, their flames now dimmed by the encroaching light of day, stood like sentinels marking the passage of time, their iron frames slick with dew. The river, a silvery ribbon beneath the bridge, murmured softly to itself, a confidant to the secrets of the night. Amidst this tableau, a solitary figure ambled across the bridge, his presence a familiar one to the cobbles that lined the thoroughfare. He was a milkman, his gait steady, his boots leaving a rhythmic tattoo upon the stones. The milkman's cart, a simple affair of wood and iron, rolled behind him, its wheels creaking with the weight of its cargo. In the cool air, the clink of glass bottles sang a cheerful accompaniment to the tune he hummed, a melody carried by the wind across the still slumbering city. The milkman, a man of middle years and stout build, bore the ruddy complexion of one accustomed to early starts and honest labour. His cap was pulled low over his brow, and his coat, though worn, was buttoned against the morning chill. As he crossed the bridge, he paused to adjust the collar of his coat, his fingers red and rough from years of work in the elements. The gesture was habitual, a small act of care for himself amidst the demands of his trade. Unbeknownst to the milkman, he passed the very spot where, just hours earlier, a vigil had concluded. The night's watch, with its silent observance and solemn duty, had given way to the activity of day. The milkman, however, was only aware of his immediate world, the bridge beneath his feet, the cart behind him, and the task ahead. He was a man of routine, his life measured in the regularity of his deliveries, the certainty of his route. The bridge, a nexus of the city's ceaseless activity, bore witness to countless stories, each told in the footsteps of its travellers. But the milkman's tale was one of simplicity and perseverance, his work a vital thread in the fabric of the city's daily life. He hummed a tune as he went, his voice mingling with the soft sounds of the waking world, the distant crow of a cock, the first tentative calls of street hawkers, the clatter of shutters being drawn open. As he reached the end of the bridge, the milkman paused to cast a glance toward the river. Its surface, a mirror to the sky, reflected the soft hues of dawn, a palette of pale gold and gentle blue. He took a moment to appreciate the scene, the tranquillity of the river a balm to the soul, before turning his attention back to his task. The moment passed, and the milkman resumed his journey, his cart creaking its protest as he urged it onward. The milkman's passage across the bridge, though unnoticed by him, was a part of the city's heartbeat, a pulse that quickened with the approach of day. His presence, solid and reassuring, spoke to the constancy of the world in which he lived, and so, with each step, he carried forward the rhythm of the city, a faithful participant in its enduring symphony. The dawn, though timid and reluctant, crept through the city like a cautious intruder, its pale fingers testing the edges of night's dominion. The fog, a familiar companion to those who traverse the streets at such an hour, clung jealously to the cobblestones, refusing to yield to the growing light. Overhead, the sky, a weary palette of greys, hung low and heavy, its burdensome clouds threatening to spill their contents upon the unwary below. The lamps, those steadfast sentinels of the night, flickered uncertainly as the first hints of morning seeped through the mist. One by one, they surrendered to the advancing day, their once bright flames dwindling to mere embers before they are snuffed out altogether. The lamplighter, his task now nearing completion, moved with practised efficiency along the bridge, a shadow among shadows, extinguishing each light with the same care and precision with which he had kindled them the evening before. As the city began to stir, a different kind of light emerged, the kind born not of flame, but of life. The houses, with their soot-blackened fronts and narrow windows, began to show signs of habitation. Curtains twitched, revealing the bleary faces of those who dared to peer at the new day through the grime of their existence. Below, in the street, the sound of wheels upon the cobbles marked the return of carts and carriages to their ceaseless rounds, each one a microcosm of industry and purpose. In the alleys and courts, where the fog lingered longest, the cries of street vendors began to punctuate the air, their voices carving through the morning like the sharp edge of a knife. Costermongers, with their barrows piled high with apples and turnips, called out to the waking city, their cries a curious mix of hope and desperation. The milkman, too, continued his rounds, his clinking bottles a reassuring presence amidst the uncertainty of a world in flux. The bridge, a thoroughfare of dreams and drudgery, bore witness to the daily procession of humanity. Clerks, their collars starched and their expressions dour, hurried along, eyes fixed upon the promise of wages and the drudgery of ledgers. Labourers, their hands rough and calloused, moved with a slower, more deliberate pace, their thoughts already bent towards the tasks that awaited them, and in the midst of it all, the beggars and street urchins wove in and out of the throng, invisible to some, indispensable to others, their presence a silent testament to the city's unchanging heart. As the day advanced, the fog began to retreat, lifting like a theatre curtain to reveal the stage beneath. The river, its surface marred by the passage of barges and the detritus of the night, glistened in the growing light, a silver ribbon winding through the city's heart. The buildings, with their chimneys smoking and their bricks warmed by the sun's tentative rays, seemed to stand a little taller, their outlines sharper against the sky. In this world, where the light and shadow played their eternal game, the city resumed its hum, a living organism composed of countless lives intertwined. The day, with all its promise and peril, stretched out before them, a blank page awaiting the stories yet to be written, the deeds yet to be done. And so, the city, with its heart of stone and its soul of steel, embraced the dawn, welcoming the first light of morning with weary resignation and quiet resolve. Cratchley descended the steps of Holborn Bridge, his form weary yet unburdened, the day's labours lingering in the fabric of his coat, mingling with the faint yet persistent odour of oil and river. The air around him was thick with the mingled scents of London, coal smoke, damp stone, and the distant promise of rain carried on the wind. His boots struck the cobbles with a rhythm as deliberate as the ticking of a clock, each step bringing him closer to the modest confines of his home, where warmth and quietude awaited. The descent from the bridge offered a panoramic view of the city, the River Thames winding sluggishly beneath a shroud of fog, its waters reflecting the pale light of the early morning like a mirror tarnished by time. The city, vast and sprawling, lay before him, a tapestry woven of streets and alleys, bustling with the ceaseless activity of its inhabitants. Labourers and costermongers, clerks and clerics, all moved about their business with the practised indifference of those accustomed to the demands of an unrelenting metropolis. As Cratchley continued his descent, the fog seemed to gather about him, enfolding him in a damp embrace that blurred the edges of the world. It was a familiar companion, this fog, a constant presence in the life of the city, softening the harsh lines of reality and rendering everything it touched with a certain dreamlike quality. Yet, beneath its veil lay the hard truths of existence, the struggles and strivings of a population bound by the chains of necessity. The bridge steps gave way to the narrow lanes of the city, where gas lamps flickered uncertainly against the encroaching dawn, their light casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. The lamplighter's work was done for the night, the lamps extinguished one by one, their duty complete until evening once more called them to life. The streets, momentarily hushed, seemed to hold their breath in anticipation of the coming day. A brief lull before the roar of the city resumed its relentless pace. Passers-by, wrapped tightly against the chill, moved like phantoms through the mist, their faces obscured, their voices muted. A beggar, huddled in a doorway, extended a hand in silent supplication, his eyes reflecting the hardness of a life lived on the margins. Nearby, a costermonger wheeled his barrow, the wooden wheels creaking a mournful note as he made his way to market, his wares covered against the damp with a tarpaulin that bore the stains of many years. Cratchley walked on, his thoughts as indistinct as the fog around him, his mind occupied by the myriad concerns of the day ahead. There were bills to be paid, small comforts to be provided for his family, and the ever-present worry of making ends meet. Yet, amidst these concerns, there lay a quiet satisfaction, a sense of purpose born of honest labour, and the knowledge that he had done his part in illuminating the paths of others, however briefly. As he neared his home, the fog began to lift, the first rays of sunlight breaking through the clouded sky to paint the world in hues of gold and grey. The city, awakening to the new day, began to stir in earnest, the sounds of industry and life rising to fill the air. Cratchley paused for a moment, drawing a deep breath that carried the promise of renewal, a reminder that amidst the toil and struggle there lay the possibility of small joys and quiet triumphs. He turned the corner into his street, the familiar sight of his modest dwelling bringing with it a sense of belonging, of having reached a place where, if only for a moment, the world could be held at bay. His footsteps slowed, his weariness lightened by the thought of the simple pleasures that awaited him: a warm hearth, a steaming cup of tea, the quiet companionship of his family. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own demands, but for now there was peace, and in that peace he found solace. In a small, dimly lit lodging nestled amid the labyrinthine streets near Holborn Bridge, the lamplighter's day drew to its close. The room, modest in its dimensions, was a sanctuary of sorts, its walls lined with shelves that bowed under the weight of books and trinkets collected over years of modest fortune. A solitary window, clouded with the grime of the city's breath, offered a view of rooftops etched against the night sky, their outlines softened by the pallid glow of the moon, which struggled to pierce the dense, coal-laden air. Upon the table, worn but serviceable, lay an object of peculiar interest, a ledger of lamps. This was no ordinary account of debts or credits, nor a record of business transactions. It was a register of light and shadow, meticulously maintained with the diligence of one who understood the importance of illumination in a city cloaked in perpetual twilight. Each entry, inscribed in a hand both deliberate and precise, marked the life of a lamp, its birth at dusk, its slumber at dawn, and all the flickering hours in between. As he turned the pages, the lamplighter's eyes, accustomed to the soft glow of his trade, caught upon an anomaly, a single lamp that defied the rhythm of its brethren. There, amidst the orderly ranks of extinguished flames and kindled beacons, was the notation of a lamp that refused the embrace of darkness, never extinguished, its flame a solitary sentinel against the encroaching night. And beside it, another entry, this one a lamp that never saw the spark, its existence marked only by absence, a void where light ought to have been. The lamplighter paused, his gaze lingering on these curious aberrations. His lips, chapped by the winter's bite, curled into a faint smile, a gesture not of mirth, but of quiet understanding. In these anomalies, he perceived the caprices of life itself, where order was punctuated by exception and certainty mingled with chance. The lamps, like the denizens of the city they served, each bore their own stories, their own peculiarities, and in that there was a kind of kinship. The room was silent, but for the soft ticking of a clock, its hands moving with the measured pace of time unhurried. The lamplighter's thoughts drifted, carried on the gentle rhythm of the clock's beat, to the streets he knew so well, each alley and avenue, Beneath every archway and bridge, there lay the pulse of the city, a heartbeat of humanity in all its guises, joy and sorrow, hope and despair, woven into the fabric of daily existence. Outside, the wind stirred, whispering through the narrow gaps between the buildings, its voice a low murmur that spoke of distant places and forgotten times. The lamplighter listened, attuned to its subtle cadences, as he had been to the hum of the city throughout his long years of service. It was a sound that brought no alarm, only a gentle reminder of the world's ceaseless turning. He closed the ledger with a care born of respect, its weight a comforting presence in his hands. Tomorrow, there would be more lamps to light, more shadows to chase away. But for now, the world was at rest, its labours suspended in the hush of night. He rose from the table, the ledger tucked beneath his arm, and moved towards the hearth where a fire burned with a steady glow, its warmth a balm against the chill that seeped through the walls. In this simple lodging, amidst the quietude of the hour, the lamplighter found a moment's peace, a respite from the demands of the day. The ledger, with its tales of light and darkness, lay waiting for the morrow, when its pages would once again bear witness to the dance of flames across a city that never truly slept. And in that waiting, there was a promise, the promise of another day, another night, and the eternal cycle of light returning to the streets of Holborn Bridge. The lamplighter, having concluded his nightly duty, set aside his taper with a gentle resolve. The instrument, now cool and silent, rested beside him as he took his place by the window. The window itself, framed with soot-streaked wood, offered a modest view of the awakening city. Here, amidst the quietude of dawn, he found a moment of rest, a pause between the vigour of night and the bustle of day. Outside, the fog lingered, a familiar companion to the early risers of London. It swirled and clung to the cobblestones and chimney pots, colouring the air with its grey embrace. Yet there was a subtle transformation underway. The first light of dawn began to seep through the dense vapour, casting a pale rose hue across the horizon. This gentle intrusion of daybreak painted the fog with a delicate blush, as if the city itself were slowly rousing from slumber. The lamplighter watched this serene spectacle with a quiet appreciation, his eyes tracing the soft gradations of colour as they unfolded. The gas lamps, now extinguished, stood like silent sentinels along the street, their polished surfaces reflecting the nascent glow of morning. The interplay of light and shadow, ever-changing and elusive, brought a rare tranquillity to the scene, one that seemed to hold the promise of renewal. Within the room, the air was still, save for the faint creak of the wooden floorboards underfoot. The lamplighter sat motionless, his form silhouetted against the window, as if absorbed into the very fabric of the morning. The quietude was profound, broken only by the distant clatter of a cart making its way along the cobbled streets, the rhythm of hooves marking the passage of time. His thoughts wandered, as they were wont to do in these moments of solitude. He pondered the countless souls who would soon stir to life, each with their own burdens and hopes, their triumphs and sorrows. The city, with its ceaseless pulse, was a grand tapestry of human endeavour, woven with threads of light and darkness, joy and despair. In this vast and intricate design, he found a curious comfort, a sense of belonging to something greater than himself. The dawn continued its gentle ascent, the hues of the sky shifting from rose to gold, as if drawing the fog back into the heavens. The lamplighter, feeling the weight of the night lift from his shoulders, allowed himself a small smile. The day ahead would bring its own challenges, its own moments of light and shadow. Yet for now, there was peace in the stillness, a rare and precious gift in the heart of London. As the city began to stir beneath its blanket of fog, the lamplighter rose from his seat. He took one last look at the view from the window, committing the scene to memory before turning away. The taper, steadfast and unassuming, awaited its next task, its role in the eternal dance between night and day. And so, with a quiet resolve, the lamplighter prepared to face the coming day, carrying with him the promise of light and the enduring hope of another dawn. Long after the lamplighter departed from his post, his figure a mere memory beneath the busy thoroughfares and archways of Holborn Bridge, there remained the solitary lamp which held its steadfast vigil over the bustling bridgeway. This lamp, with its glass panes polished by countless scrubbings and its metalwork gleaming like a sentinel's armour, stood firm against the tide of darkness, a beacon in the gloom that enveloped London's heart as the day retreated into the folds of night. The air around Holborn Bridge, thick with the mingled scent of river water and the pungent smoke from countless hearths, seemed to breathe and whisper with the city's restless energy. The river below, sluggish and opaque, bore reflections of light and shadow upon its surface, carrying the lamplighter's legacy through the veins of the metropolis. Each flicker of the lamp's flame cast its glow upon the stones of the bridge, tracing the footsteps of the multitudes who trod there, their paths criss-crossing in a dance dictated by the relentless beat of urban life. In the chill of evening, as the city settled into its nocturnal rhythm, the lamp's flame burned with a curious tenacity, its light unyielding in the face of the creeping fog that stole along the river banks and wound its way through the narrow alleys. The fog, that persistent spectre of London, wrapped itself around the bridge's ironwork, softening the edges and muting the clamour of hooves and wheels that passed above. Yet, through this shroud of grey, the lamp persisted, casting its light further and longer than any other, as though imbued with the spirit of the lamplighter himself. Tradesmen, clerks, and errant souls seeking their way in the murk would pause beneath its glow, drawn to its warmth and constancy. The light reached into the crevices of humanity's movement, illuminating the faces of those who loitered in its circle, a weary mother with her child clutched close, a gentleman adjusting his hat against the drizzle, and a street vendor counting his pennies under the watchful eye of the flame. Their lives, disparate and converging, shared a moment of clarity and communion beneath the lamp's unwavering gaze. As the hours stretched, the lamp became a silent witness to the changing guard of night workers, the watchmen with their measured strides, the piemen with their calls softened by the fog, and the occasional ragged figure slipping unnoticed into the shadows. The lamp's glow lent each one a fleeting moment of dignity, as if to say that in the vast machinery of the city, their part, however small, was yet acknowledged. Through the night, as the clock towers tolled each hour with solemn precision, and the city exhaled its sighs of industry and repose, the flame endured, a testament to the enduring struggle between light and dark. The lamp on Holborn Bridge outlasted the others, its oil burning longer, its wick trimmed with care, perhaps due to some alchemical sympathy with the lamplighter's own soul, or perhaps through the benevolent neglect of those who should maintain it. When dawn broke, it came not with the fanfare of a sunrise, but with the gradual lightening of the clouded sky, the lamp finally dimming as its purpose was fulfilled. Yet the memory of its light lingered, etched into the consciousness of those who had passed beneath its glow. For this was no ordinary lamp. It was a beacon of resilience, a quiet defiance against the encroaching dark, and a reminder of the simple yet profound impact of one man's nightly ritual. And so, in the annals of the city, the tale of the lamplighter and his enduring lamp became a whispered legend, a testament to the quiet heroism that often goes unnoticed amidst the clamour of life. Long after the lamplighter was gone, that single lamp on Holborn Bridge was said to burn longer than all the rest, its light a symbol of hope and resolve, as enduring as the city itself.